I'll wait a few more moments to allow everyone to connect and get settled here. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We'll go back on the record. Before we turn to North Kern's opening statement, which is, I believe, where we are next, I thought now might be a good time to turn to you, Mr. Keel, since we're in between. And I had, I think, foreshadowed that I just had a question about your client's position in this proceeding, and maybe I'll leave it open-ended and invite you to comment on that general topic and see if I have any additional questions.
Thank you for the invitation. Tulare Lake Basin doesn't have a firm position other than what we summarize in the notice of intent to appear, which is TLB did receive a downstream or lower river group entitlement, which it essentially exchanged to Hacienda Water District. And that right is now controlled by Kern County Water Agency. So TLB remains financially interested in that water right. TLB does not claim the right to divert from the lower river, however. But TLB does have the, or is a co-owner of the KRWA water right license that allows diversion and storage of essentially any waters reaching the Tulare Lake bed. And from that basis, TLB does assert the right to beneficially use Kern River waters that reach the lake bed. Much less frequent now, but it still does occur even within recent years. Do you have any questions about TLB's interest in this proceeding?
Thank you, Mr. Keel. I think maybe one clarifying matter. I mean, it's my understanding that Tulare Lake's license for diversions of water that reach the lake bed, I don't believe were considered in the water availability analysis. Do you think those ought to have been considered in the water availability analyses that were submitted? Is that, or Tulare Lake is not taking a position on that issue?
I was going to say, we noted that these rights weren't considered in the water availability analyses, and TLB doesn't have a position on that issue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keel. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I think with that interlude, if we're ready, Mr. Cuny, I can turn to you. Do you have an opening statement that you would like to make on behalf of North Kern?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon. For the record, I am Scott Cuny, Law Offices of Young Wooldridge, in representation of the North Kern Water Storage District, and in coordination with counsel for the city of Shafter, Sarah Foley, Best and Krieger, and she can introduce herself if she'd like.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Foley for City of Shafter.
That was a surprise moment for Sarah, so there we go.
Thank you.
So some key points. The evidence to be presented by North Kern and the city of Shafter is intended to provide the hearing officer a direct response to the Phase 1B issues. Importantly, the evidence is directed to be responsive to the issue of how much unappropriated water, in addition to any that may result as a result of the North Kern forfeiture decision, that could be or may be available. And more particularly, the evidence will focus on the hydrologic and operational conditions for authorized operations of the Kern River, California Aqueduct intertie. And I'll call it just the intertie. But first, as a matter of process, really, how did we get here? And the short answer is it was the Water Right Order 2010-0010. And again, for brevity, because I always stumble over too many zeros there, I'm just going to call it the 2010 order. And as required by the Water Code, Section 1205C and California Code of Regulations 871B. And as stated in the 2010 order, the state board member Baggett at the time of the hearing in 2009 expressly directed, quote, that the purpose of this proceeding is to determine if there has been a change in circumstances since the Kern River was included in the declaration, and the parties were expressly requested to limit evidence and testimony to showing that periods of flow exceeding recognized rights have become available since the board listed the Kern River as fully appropriated, quote. That's pages 2 and 3 of that order. And consistent with that, there was, of course, this October 8, 2008 memorandum to the Division of Water Rights Division Chief that made it clear that the entire focus of that hearing was in concern to 2 potential changed circumstances. The first was the North Kern decision, which has now been addressed in these proceedings, phase 1A. And the second, the infrequent discharge of Kern River floodwaters into the intertie, which is now being addressed in this phase 1B. And the state board determined that, this is again back to the 2010 order, quote, water diverted into the intertie in excess of traditionally held and exercised rights and claims of right to use Kern River water was, quote, unappropriate. So that's how we got here. And it was really based on that record and that finding that the board then concluded that the FAS, quote, as adopted by the state board in the Water Right Orders 8925 and the 9107 order and the 9808 order, should be amended to allow for processing applications to appropriate water from the Kern River flow. Now that order was then pursued in state court and then ultimately to the Court of Appeal. And in the Court of Appeals decision reviewing that order, the Court of Appeal said, quote, the board's inquiry was the relatively narrow task of determining if the evidentiary record supports revising the FAS. And then further, that Court of Appeal also said that, quote, the state board in revising the FAS has neither asserted nor exercised the power to reduce the appropriative rights pursuant to which the appellants, and I'll just plug in here, North Kern and others, now receive water. So that's sort of, again, how did we get here? So really, as we're going through this effort, we're now in our 6th day. All of the parties are here. I mean, all of us are here only for processing applications. That's it. Processing jurisdiction, I'll call it. And even more narrowly than that, this hearing is convened to determine whether and under what conditions there may be unappropriated water, and if so, how much. It's really ultimately, if there is something, it's the how much question that we're all about. Sort of a second point of process that I know has been of some interest in these proceedings is, and I want to be very clear up front, that while Mr. Ide and Mr. Van Camp have necessarily referenced the long acknowledged law of the river that governs the daily apportionment of Kern River water to First Point, Second Point, and Lower River groups, they have not and they will not be providing legal opinions on such matters. For the purposes of their analysis, all of the court decisions, the decrees, the agreements have been assumed to be to establish valid rights in the Kern River system. Likewise, all of the detailed records maintained on the Kern River will be recited by these 2 engineers because they provide an accurate record of the facts which reflect the application of the law of the river every day, including today. It's being used right now as we speak and take this testimony. So let's turn actually to the intertie for a moment. And it's important that these Kern River records are utilized because they provide an accurate account of the hydrologic and operational conditions, the case studies, as it were, that have resulted in the authorized operation of the intertie. And there has never been, and there can't be, any discharge of Kern River floodwaters into the intertie unless it's required and authorized under the intertie agreements. And specifically, that means that the United States Army Corps of Engineers, who's responsible for flood control operations in Isabella Dam and Reservoir, have ordered a mandatory release from Isabella Reservoir of Kern River waters for flood control purposes. Also, the Kern River Water Master, joining with the agency in exercising its local flood control powers. The agency is not only a water right holder today, but fundamentally it has the flood control responsibilities of a local agency. So in that capacity, both the water master and the agency also have to agree to provide the timely notice that is specified in the agreements to the Department of Water Resources. And there's particular details of that. And thirdly, the Kern River interest must have determined that the floodwaters of the Kern River that have been ordered and released from the Army Corps and that are in the channel are in excess of the then current needs. And then lastly, the Department of Water Resources has to agree to accept Kern River floodwaters according to its standards. And it has standards in terms of water quality, rates of flow, and importantly, that the water is suitable for their regular operations. All of these conditions must be satisfied before there can be a single acre foot of water discharged into the intertie. Sort of in conclusion, the evidence that you're going to hear and that we presented in writing is that only during flood control operations, when the intertie is authorized to operate, is there any indication of Kern River water being available to potentially support a permit for appropriation. While historic records provide some insight, every intertie event presents unique hydrologic and operational conditions of when the instantaneous supply exceeds the instantaneous capacities of diversion, conveyance, and storage facilities. And any future authorization of the intertie is unpredictable. It's unpredictable as to frequency, magnitude, or duration of floodwaters being discharged into the intertie. That really concludes our opening statement, and we're prepared to call our first witness, Mr. Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Cuny. I did want to ask before we get started, I realize the work of your two witnesses, Mr. Ide and Mr. Van Camp, are somewhat overlapping, and I just wanted to talk to you about the most efficient way to present those witnesses. Do you think it makes sense, and I will turn to the room too, but do you think it makes sense for cross-examination to occur as a panel? Or do you think it would make sense to allow cross-examination separately, or do you not have an opinion on that?
Let me explain what we're intending to do, and then we can talk about the details of cross-examination. We intend to have Mr. Ide go first, and then followed by Mr. Van Camp. And we do appreciate that there's a single engineering report collaborated on by the two firms. There is going to be a division of discussion of items as we go through, but there is a single report. We will endeavor, as we indicated actually in some of the evidentiary objections, to avoid duplication as between themselves. And then also there's been a good deal of discussion of some common topics. And we encourage you as hearing officer to, if you want to say, I appreciate this point, I've heard enough, we can move forward. Both of the witnesses are prepared for that. I'm open to what is facilitating for you to have this an efficient proceeding, and if it's best that they be, or are you suggesting, I mean, let me understand, is the panel the two witnesses are a panel, or is the panel that all of the examining parties would be cross-examining as a panel to the witness? Who is the panel?
Right, the panel would be the two witnesses. And what I'm thinking is that because the report was one report and the testimony didn't necessarily distinguish which parts Mr. Eade or Mr. Van Camp would speak to, and I'm going to look to Mr. O'Brien. I'm not sure that those who prepared cross-examination would have separated in advance which question goes to which witness, in which case it may make sense to have the two witnesses sitting as a panel so a question could be directed to either witness. But maybe Mr. O'Brien, will you chime in, and I'll turn back to you, Mr. Cuny, after that.
Yes, and Mr. Cuny and I actually had a brief conversation yesterday about this general topic, and I tend to agree that cross-examining the two witnesses together as a panel would be most efficient, because I think I'm going to need to sort of sort through which aspects of the report are Mr. Ide's and which aspects are Mr. Van Camp's, so that I don't have to essentially duplicate the cross-examination for both witnesses, which I'm sure you would prefer I not do. So I think that would be most efficient.
Mr. Cuny, do you have any concerns with that approach?
One, I've got no life experience with it, so that is a concern. So I'm not sure about it. Now, I'm also logistically, we're set up to where we have a single computer screen, and I don't know how that physically works. Whether the screen itself is sufficient that we can have the two gentlemen side by side and be covered. So that I've got that, and I don't know the answer to it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've never been there with that. I presume, and I know all of the council and you as hearing officer will be able to work this out as to which person is being asked what, and so that's clear. I think you may end up with then conceivably, I think, concerned if the question was to witness one and witness two also has information. Is witness two precluded from responding to the question? How does that work? I've never been there.
I don't think, well, and our grand life experience on this for some of us is the water fix proceedings, where it may or may not have worked particularly well in certain instances. So there's back and forth on that. As I recall, when there was a panel, if any of the witnesses sort of cared to respond, they could speak up and indicate that they had a response to that. Logistically, this may not work, because I'm not sure we can do it. If we have, I'm not sure it'll work here if we can fit both witnesses and close quarters on the screen. So if we're not prepared for it, and I had not indicated in advance that everyone should necessarily be prepared for that. What I'm thinking, Mr. O'Brien, that may work is once we would proceed in order, but not excuse, I guess would be Mr. Ide who's first, and maybe be able to return to him if questions come up during your cross-examination, Mr. Van Camp. That's one solution that occurred to me.
I think that's a good idea, because I have to say, I think the bulk of my questions will be for Mr. Van Camp, and I'll probably have relatively few questions for Mr. Ide.
And I certainly have no problem with the notion of the witnesses not being excused, so that we make sure that we've done this appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Cuny. So let's proceed this way, that we'll hear from Mr. Ide. We will hear, well, Mr. O'Brien, do you have a preference as to whether we hear from both Mr. Ide and Mr. Van Camp before you begin your cross-examination? I think I'm comfortable either way. So
I would just as soon have them both testify, and then I could cross-examine.
I think that makes some sense. So let's hear from Mr. Ide's direct testimony, and then Mr. Van Camp's direct testimony. And then we will move to
Okay.
cross-examination of Mr. Ide by all parties, then Mr. Van Camp, and then if we need to, we can move back to Mr. Ide if there's anything to follow up on. Are there any concerns with that?
No, I
General?
think that works just fine. I think
Okay.
we'll be able to work those logistics just fine.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation and your help as we figure this out. With that, are you prepared, Mr. Cooney, to call your first witness? I think I see Mr. Ide on the screen.
Perfect. That was my one caveat. Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ide.
Good afternoon.
Will you please raise your right hand and I will administer the oath? Mr. Ide, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Mr. Cooney.
Very good. Mr. Ide, can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Ronald J. Ide, GEI Consultants, Inc., 5001 California Avenue, Suite 120, Bakersfield, California, 93309.
If Ms. Mullins can please pull up North Kern 66. And Ms. Mullins, to give you a heads up, you may want to have in the wings exhibit 122, 123, and 124. That will help us, I think. Mr. Ide, what is exhibit North Kern 66?
This is a copy of my current resume. It is, by its nature, summary and isn't all inclusive, but is my current business resume.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in civil engineering from the University of California at Davis.
And are you a licensed engineer in the state of California?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional civil engineer, California license 31636.
Okay. And as a licensed professional engineer, have you concentrated your career in a particular subject or practice area?
Yes, I have. For more than 40 years, all of my professional work has involved water resources engineering.
Now, I notice in your resume, it includes project experience and a description of a number of projects. And of course, you testified in the phase 1 hearing in December last year. But can you please provide a brief review of projects that most directly relate to your professional engineering work that concerns your work in phase 1B?
I've conducted a number of studies over the years with regard to surface water hydrology and hydraulics, reservoir operations, operation of flood control facilities, water supply and demand analyses or operation studies. And more particularly, I was introduced to the Kern River in 1977 when I had the opportunity to conduct my first Kern River water supply and use study. And in the course of that study, necessarily became familiar to some extent with the agreements that cover the apportionment of Kern River water, the Kern River records that document that apportionment, Isabella Reservoir operations, as well as well, more specifically, the Kern River First Point flow and diversion records and annual hydrographic reports were the primary source documents at the time. And I'm sorry, I guess over the years since, I have from time to time conducted additional water supply and use studies and operation studies in support of negotiations and ultimately litigation involving a dispute in the Kern River First Point service area.
Ms. Mullins, if you could please pull up North Kern 123. And just scroll up a little, just slightly. Thank you. That's sufficient. That's Mr. Ride, what is North Kern 123?
This is a copy of my written testimony in this matter.
And then it has a few attachments, is that right?
Yes, there are 3 attachments. One is a copy of my resume, which we just looked at. I think that was North Kern 66. Second attachment is a copy of a report that was prepared in summary of or in documentation of the work that was done to support this hearing. And finally, the third attachment is a copy of a PowerPoint that I prepared, which attempts to summarize the work in that technical analysis report.
Ms. Mullins, can you scroll up to, I think it's paragraph 2. It should be on the first page. Well, second page, I guess, of the document. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Ide, with regard to this paragraph 2 in your written testimony, what are these various references that you have listed in your testimony?
These are the principal sources of information and data that I relied upon in the conduct of my investigation. Again, it's a summary. It's not all inclusive. Again, probably the things that were probably more prominent were the annual hydrographic reports on the Kern River and the flow and diversion records that are both in daily and monthly format that document the apportionment of Kern River water, as well as the agreements that are the basis for that apportionment that we see in the historical records.
If we could, Ms. Mullins, let's now pull up the first page of North Kern 122. And if you could zoom in so we get sort of just the cover page, that'd be great. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much. You mentioned your technical analysis a moment ago. Can you please provide just a further explanation as to what North Kern 122 is?
This is a report jointly prepared with MBK engineers, as indicated on the cover, which presents an evaluation of the Kern River California Aqueduct intertie operations over the history of its being in place. And all of this work was undertaken on behalf of North Kern and the city of Shafter with the purpose of addressing the questions that are specific and are the subject of this hearing.
And when you say hearing, this is the 1B hearing, correct?
That is correct.
And what was your principal assignment in the preparation of this technical analysis?
Well, first, I want to say overarching involvement. It was very much a collaborative effort, and I believe better for it. But I did focus on the area where I had the most experience, which was with the Kern River records, its apportionment, and the agreements that govern that apportionment, the records that document the supply and hydrology, as well as the records documenting the disposition of Kern River water, and in this instance specifically diversions into the aqueduct via the intertie. And in that context, I made a detailed review, or a relatively detailed review, of the more significant events that resulted in diversion of Kern River water into the intertie since it was constructed in 1977.
Now, as of this afternoon, do you have any revisions you wish to make to either the intertie technical analysis, North Kern 122, or your written testimony, North Kern 123, or for that matter, even your PowerPoint, North Kern 124? Any updates?
Yes, there are two. One update to each of the report and the PowerPoint that I would like to make. First, with regard to the report, which is North Kern 122, at page 4, item 6, there is a reference to the month of May, and that reference should be changed from May to June. So instead of May, substitute June. And that in turn then changes the subsequent reference in that same sentence that refers to the highest runoff month is now a reference to the second highest runoff month. And this same correction applies to page 27, item 10, where that sentence also appears and repeats. Maybe we could, since 122 is on my screen,
Yes.
hopefully yours, if we could go to page 4, I don't know if that's PDF page 4 or not, but page 4 of the report. Again, so we're at page 4, and my comments were relative to item 6. So if I will reread item 6 with the corrections that I just mentioned. The frequency of occurrence of Kern River water being diverted into the aqueduct by the intertie during individual months has ranged from 1 out of 44 years in each of 4 months, August through November, to a maximum of 6 out of 44 years in June, which is also the second highest runoff month on the Kern River on average. And I'm sorry.
No, and then you indicate that same correction should also occur to page 27. Is that correct?
Yes, page 7, item number 10. It's the same.
And I don't think we need to read through that. So that's the second place where that one feature should be changed. And then you mentioned something about the PowerPoint needs an update. Is that right?
Yes, there's a very small correction to slide number 8 of the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is North Kern 124.
Let's give her, yeah, perfect.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Mullins, thank you. If you could pull that up, because that will be our next exhibit.
And there'll
And
be
so-
slide number 8.
Very good.
And in the lower left corner of that slide, in the blue band at the bottom, there is a reference to figure 3-5, and that should be changed to figure 3-4. I had the incorrect figure reference on that slide.
Now, Mr. I, did any of these corrections that you identified, did they materially change any of your analysis findings or conclusions?
No, they did not.
So now, Ms. Mullins, if you can go to the beginning of this same exhibit, 124. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, Mr. I, just as an introduction, what is this exhibit, North Kern 124?
I prepared this in summary of the work presented in the technical analysis report. It includes selected charts and tables, but is certainly not comprehensive. I'll leave that to the report. So hopefully it'll provide a good summary, and I'll be relatively brief in doing that.
Okay. So I'm going to turn this over to you then. If you could please proceed to your PowerPoint presentation and provide that summary of your written testimony here this afternoon.
Very good. Ms. Mullen, if I could ask you to go to the next slide, please. The January 12 notice of this hearing, of course, presented the primary issue or question to be considered, which, if I can abbreviate, is how much unappropriated water is available from the Kern River system, apart from consideration of the North Kern decision. So the focus presumably being on the other changed condition, which was the Kern River California Aqueduct intertie. Next slide, please. And I guess I should maybe echo Mr. Cuny's comment, Ms. Kenzie. If any of these initial slides prove to be too much old news to you, please let me know, and I'll move on. I want to make this productive and meaningful for you.
Thank you, Mr. Ide.
I've put on this slide what I consider to be, three important data points, if you will, that were givens in this problem or statement of question for this hearing. And the first being in 1964, when the state board in D 1196 considered the historical record of the Kern River from 1894 through 1963 and concluded that there was no showing of unappropriated water being available. And then in subsequent FAS hearing in 1989, concluded that the waters of the Kern River were indeed fully appropriated under existing agreements and court decrees. And then most recently in 2010, the order which concluded that there is unappropriated water on the Kern River, and the evidence for that is water being diverted from time to time from the Kern River into the intertie. Next slide, please. Given these decisions and the primary phase 1B issue or question, as I mentioned, North Kern and City of Shafter, our clients, requested the preparation of a technical analysis of the Kern River California Aqueduct intertie operations. And MBK engineers and GEI consultants jointly prepared and collaborated on the preparation of this analysis and the accompanying report. Next slide, please. And this simply provides, as I believe we may have already seen, a copy of the front page of that report. GEI Consultants is the firm that I work with, and MBK Engineers is the firm that Mr. Mark Van Camp works with. Next slide, please. This is an outline of my presentation today, and which pretty much encapsulates those areas that were my focus and upon which I guess, for lack of a better phrase, I took the lead on, if you will, in the preparation of this report and analysis. With that, next slide, please. So now I have 2 or 3 slides just to provide a general overview of the Kern River and its hydrology. Next slide. This is a very generalized, simplified schematic of the Kern River system. At the right side of this slide, it begins with the at Isabella Reservoir with the confluence of the North and South Forks, and then proceeds downstream from right to left, first indicating first point of measurement, which is about 10 miles into the valley outside of the Kern River Canyon. And 20 plus miles downstream from that, we have second point of measurement. These are both historical points of measurement and water rights administration on the river, both established in the late 1800s and still used today, been consistently used as far as I am aware, and certainly as the records that I've reviewed suggest. There are diversions both north and south of the river, primarily for irrigation between first point and second point and downstream of second point. Then as we move further to the west, and we're frankly within the second point service area, we have the historical Buena Vista Lake bed to the south, the historical Tulare Lake bed to the north, and we have the immediately adjacent California aqueduct running north and south. In the mid 1970s, a flood control facility was planned and constructed by the Corps of Engineers, referred to as the Kern River California Aqueduct Intertie, which I'll probably shorthand most of the time that I refer to it as simply the intertie. And it provides for the physical ability to divert water from the Kern River into the California Aqueduct. And again, it's a flood control facility, and I'll talk more about it later in my presentation. Next slide, please. This is a to scale map, not the conceptual schematic that I just showed you, but hopefully agrees with it. Up in the upper right corner, we have, again, Isabella Dam and Reservoir, and then proceeding in a southwesterly direction, the Kern River flows down into the southern San Joaquin Valley. The shaded or colored areas represent Kern River water right holders and applicants in this proceeding for orientation and reference purposes. I will note that the Kern County Water Agency is also an applicant and a participant in these proceedings. There isn't a shading per se for them, in as much as their jurisdiction covers the entire area. With that, next slide, please. And if we go to the next one, please. I didn't touch on those things. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to go back, Ms. Mullen, and I should have mentioned it when my intent was to mention it with the map on the screen, but the north and south forks of the Kern River flow into Isabella Reservoir. And at that point, it has a drainage area of about 2,100 square miles. I also mentioned that there are 2 points of flow measurement that are key in the administration of Kern River water rights. The first and primary one is the first point, and that is again here in the San Joaquin Valley. And the daily apportionment of the river is based on the natural flow at that location. And the drainage area at that location is about 2,400 square miles. So we have a little over 300 square miles of unregulated drainage area entering the Kern River above First Point and below the dam. And of course, since the dam has been constructed and been in operation, the natural flow at First Point is necessarily a calculation to eliminate the effect of storage, and so that again, all administration is based on the natural unimpaired flow at that location. And next slide, please. This is a bar chart, and it appears in the report. And I guess I should say that the report I'm referring to is the technical analysis report, North Kern 122. So I'll use that, if I may, as my shorthand reference to that document. Each of these bars represents the natural flow volume of the Kern River at first point of measurement for each year of the entire period of record from 1894 through 2021. And I'll pick on a, for example, in 1916, there on the left, favoring the left side of this chart and called out with a annotated as 1916, the flow volume was a little shy of 2 million acre feet. So the units there are all in acre feet on this particular chart. The average over this period of record is about 712,000 acre feet. And that's the upper blue dashed line. And it's visually fairly obvious that there are more years below that average line than above. And in fact, about 2 out of 3 years are less than the average. I would also note, because they also stick out fairly obviously visually, and that is the 2 years, 1969 and 1983, each of which is close to, but a little shy of 2.5 million acre feet, are considerably above the next highest year or years of record by on the order of 500,000 acre feet higher. Next slide, please. And on this slide, I've shown the monthly distribution on average of the natural flow of the river at First Point. So this is an average over the entire period of record. And again, by way of example, in the month of May, the average flow rate, monthly flow rate at First Point of measurement is just a little more than 2,500 CFS. And that CFS amount is read on the left side of that chart. I believe there's also on the, difficult for me to see on the screen as it is, but that's fine. On the right side of this bar chart, there is also an axis that shows volumes in acre feet. So in the case of the 2,500 CFS, average flow rate corresponds to a monthly volume on the order of 150,000 acre feet. So I just give you those numbers for reference. Very clearly, flows are highest during the spring snowmelt season, which on the Kern River consists of the 4-month period extending from April through July. And looking at that 4-month period, on average, about 2/3 of the annual flow volume occurs in those months. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn to a couple of 3 slides to talk about the apportionment of Kern River water. And next slide, please. I believe I may have mentioned already that the apportionment of the Kern River is based on the daily natural flow of the Kern River at first point of measurement, which again is a computed flow under regulated river conditions, and the law of the river. And this timeline, which is again in the report as figure 4-1, it is a summary of the key events, decrees, agreements that have shaped the apportionment of Kern River water over time. That collectively, again, for shorthand purposes, I'm referring to, as others, I know some others have as well, as the law of the river. So that'll be my shorthand reference rather than listing a bunch of agreements. I've also noted, and it's in I guess it's kind of a blue font, 3 different dates, the first being in 1954, where there were physical infrastructure changes that were significant. And in 1954, of course, probably the most significant being the construction and operation of Isabella Dam and Reservoir. And then most recently in 1977, the construction of the Kern River California Aqueduct intertie is also shown for reference. Next slide, please. Kern River water is apportioned each day to the first point group, which today is comprised of North Kern, Kern Delta, and the city of Bakersfield, to the second point group, which is primarily Buena Vista Water Storage District, and to the lower river group, today the Kern County Water Agency. Next slide, please. The apportionment to the first point group and second point group, the criteria for that apportionment are summarized in this table, which is also in the report. I didn't put it on this slide so that you could necessarily hone in and read from this slide, but just to know that it is in the report. It summarizes the criteria for the apportionment. It's all a function of the daily natural flow and the season. And there are 2 seasons, each consisting of 6 months. The Miller-Hagen season, March through August, during which most of the second point entitlement or apportionment accrues, and the non-Miller-Hagen season, the September through February period. And all of these criteria are summarized from and based on the Miller-Hagen agreement as amended. Next slide, please. Similarly, for the apportionment to the lower river group, I have a similar tabulation. This one is a function not of the daily natural flow, but of the cumulative natural flow. So we're looking at flow volumes. That's the way the criteria were established in the 1962 water rights, Kern River Water Rights and Storage Agreement, where these criteria can be found. And with regard to the lower river group, there are 3 seasons, first January through March. Fundamentally, it has to be really, really wet. So an apportionment to lower river in these 3 months is a very infrequent occurrence. The primary season of occurrence, when it does occur, is April through July, but that is still by no means, it's far from an every year occurrence, which we'll see in a moment. And then finally, August through December, there is no apportionment made to Lower River Group. Next slide, please. With that, I'd like to review very briefly some of the Kern River hydrographic records that are available and were relied upon for virtually all of the tables of data and information that are contained in the report. Next slide, please. The Kern River First Point Flow and Diversion record is the primary record of apportionment on the river. One of these is kept for each day, including today. This is what it currently looks like. It has looked similar to this in years gone by. So there's been some general consistency in format, accepting to accommodate things like the construction of Isabella Reservoir in the mid-1950s. This record that I'm showing you the top portion of in this slide is for June 1, 2018. I picked it simply to illustrate a record, not any other point. The computed natural flow on this particular day was, we can see in the left side, upper left portion, I have it circled, is 1,070 CFS. I should note that the units on this sheet are all in CFS, or second foot days, as is abbreviated at the top of the sheet. On this day and in this year, there was no lower river entitlement. And so all of the water was distributed according to the law of the river to the first point and second point groups. And as indicated in the annotations at the top, the second point group received 245 CFS and the first point group 825 CFS. And again, these are the numbers that result from application of the apportionment criteria summarized in the prior tabulation. So next slide, please. Annually, a hydrographic report is prepared, and it provides information from the Kern River First Point Flow and Diversion records, as well as considerable additional detail regarding diversions into and from individual canal facilities, channel operations, and the like. It also contains what we refer to as the report of the Kern River Water Master, which has been a report prepared in a very consistent format since the Kern River Water Master position was established. So these were key and important reports and documents that we relied upon. Next slide, please. This slide shows a portion of one of those reports of the Kern River Water Master. This one for June 1983, of course, I picked the largest year of record, and I picked one of the higher runoff months. But setting that aside, the fundamental organization is the same going back in time as well as to the present. I've noted that this includes the daily record of Isabella Reservoir levels in operation, first point regulated flow, computed first point natural flow, flow at second point, and in this instance, at the very right side of this, we have Kern River diverted into the intertie. So these are the daily flow amounts in CFS in June of 1983 that were entering the intertie. So this obviously was an important documented source of information for this study. Also circled in the far right margin is simply a footnote and notation that tells us that the Army Corps of Engineers was making mandatory releases during the entirety of this month of June. Next slide, please. The report of the Water Master for this same month is continued on this slide. And in this case, there are 3 overall headings representative of first point, second point, lower river groups. And I wanted to simply draw your attention to the fact that there could be easily be some confusion in the nomenclature because we have, I guess maybe I might call some historical terminology artifacts. The reference to North Kern Water Storage District on the left-hand side, those several columns under that heading, refers not just to North Kern in this instance, but to the entire first point group. In the middle portion of this chart, the second point group is under the heading Buena Vista Water Storage District. That one might be a little more obvious. And then on the right-hand side, less obvious, where I have circled Hacienda Water District, that is a reference to the lower river group. So this shows the entitlement allocation day by day to first point, second point in lower river group. And these data, again, can be seen summarized in tables in our report. Next slide, please. Based on these reports and the tables I just alluded to, this chart was prepared also in the report. It again is a bar chart. The units are in acre feet. The total height of each bar is the total natural flow volume for that year, for the given year. And the shading, tan and green and blue, reflect the allocations or apportionment or entitlement of first point, second point, and lower river respectively. So first point is the tan lower portion, second point, the darker green, and finally the lower river, the upper lighter blue color. I mentioned earlier that the lower river right is a little more infrequent, even during the April-July period. And in this case, we had 58 years of record extending from 1964 to 2021, which is that post D1196 period. And out of that 58 years, the lower river had an entitlement in 17 years, and they were the 17 wettest years. So about 3 out of 10 years on average, the lower river right received a water supply under the Kern River water right. Next slide, please. With that, I'd like to turn to a couple of slides to briefly describe Isabella Dam and Reservoir and a couple of numbers related to it and its operations. So if we could go to the next slide, Ms. Mullen, thank you. The dam and reservoir were constructed by the Corps of Engineers with a number of objectives, but primarily to try to restrict or control flows in the Kern River downstream of the dam to non-damaging levels, particularly here in the San Joaquin Valley in the area of the city of Bakersfield, most especially, but also to minimize Kern River flood flows that ultimately reached Tulare Lake bed in extreme circumstances. And thirdly, to maximize the storage space for conservation water, but without compromising the flood control function. So basically, I'm saying at the end of the day, flood control rules, and that's evidenced in some of the couple of slides we'll see later on. The conservation space is shared by the Kern River interests. And under normal operations, the Kern River Water Master directs releases from that conservation space. But during flood control operations, that changes. The Corps of Engineers takes control, is typically the phrase that's used, and they direct reservoir releases. And those releases are referred to often, and I will refer to them again as mandatory release operations. So these are releases made by the Corps of Engineers that are considered necessary to accomplish the flood control function of the reservoir in a safe manner. Next slide, please. I may have mentioned the Isabella Dam and Reservoir went into operation in 1954 with a capacity of about 568,000 acre feet at spillway crest. That's the total capacity. The reservoir operating curve or rules, if you will, provide that under normal circumstances, the maximum storage allowance or top of conservation pool from November 1 through the end of January is 170,000 acre feet. The Corps has allowed deviations from that on a case-by-case basis. So some amount more than that has been carried over from one year to the next from time to time. In 2006, the Corps imposed a dam safety storage restriction, which operationally reduced the capacity of the reservoir by about 200,000 acre feet in round numbers. And that storage restriction remains in place today as the Corps is working on final strokes of their dam safety modification project. Next slide, please. Well, similarly, I'd like to I've got a couple slides to review the Kern River California Aqueduct intertie, but first, this is just a simple aerial view, a relatively recent view of the looking pretty much straight down on the site of the intertie with the California Aqueduct, the dark band running north-south on the left portion. And to the right, we have a sedimentation basin, which was part of the improvements made when the intertie was put into place. And the Kern River water pools in this sedimentation basin with the objective of dropping out some of the suspended solids and improving its quality before discharge into the aqueduct. And then there's a concrete structure and gates that are all operated by the Department of Water Resources at such time as operation is authorized. Next slide. I believe I mentioned that the intertie was also constructed by the Corps as a flood control facility in 1977, specifically to minimize Kern River floodwaters reaching the Tulare Lake bed. It provides a gravity connection between the Kern River and the California Aqueduct, has a design capacity of 3,500 CFS. It's operated under a number of agreements, parties including the United States, the state of California, the Kern County Water Agency, and other local water agencies. There are several agreements, which include certain conditions that must be met in order to authorize use of the intertie. First of all, the Corps of Engineers must be making mandatory flood control releases from Isabella. The Kern River interests must consent to to the diversion of floodwaters into the aqueduct. Both the water master and the Kern County Water Agency, but must both agree to provide notice to DWR of their desire to divert water into the aqueduct. And ultimately, the Department of Water Resources has to agree to accept those floodwaters, and they have their own criteria that must be met as well. Next slide, please. So the history of the Kern River intertie spans from 1977 when it's constructed about mid-year. So this chart starts in 1978, the first full year of Kern River operations with the intertie in place and functional, and extends up through 2021. So we have a period of 45 years. And this bar chart shows the annual discharge of the Kern River into the aqueduct via the intertie. I might note, just because it catches your eye visually, the intertie went into operation in 1977, which was the second of a very, very dry, severely dry 2-year period, 1976 and 1977. But with 78, things turned around. So we see the activity in 78 and 80, and in spades, we see it in 1983. And if we were standing in 1985 and all we knew was the record from 78 to 85, we might have a different impression as to the availability of water that might be available from the intertie. But if, on the other hand, hypothetically, we were standing in 1985 and that was the year that the intertie was constructed, we'd have a lot different sense of the availability of water from the intertie. And I'll discuss that a little bit more, but I also note on here that that period, 1978 through 1984, was the wettest 7-year period in the 128 years of record keeping on the Kern River. And as far as 1983 is concerned, I already mentioned that it is in fact the largest year of record for the natural flow of Kern River at almost 2.5 million acre feet. And that in this year, calendar year, 664,000 acre feet of Kern River water were diverted into the aqueduct, and the units on this graph are in fact in acre feet. Yeah, there was more water discharged into the aqueduct in 1983 than in all other years of intertie activity combined. I mentioned previously that in 2006, the Corps had some dam safety concerns. Those dam safety concerns resulted in a storage evacuation order that did not allow time for Kern River interests to preemptively react. And as a result, water went into Kern River water, ended up being discharged into the intertie during that event. But it was anomalous as compared to the other years, which were truly hydrologically floodwater driven events. So the most recent event then from a flood control operations perspective is 1998, which was about 23 years ago. Next slide, please. Also for the intertie operations, this is a look at the monthly distribution of flow on average. So over the 44 years, the way you would read this chart is if I take the month of May as an example, over the 44 years, a little more than 25%, left axis is in percent of annual. So a little more than 25% of the flow discharged into the aqueduct over the 44 years was discharged in the month of May, a little more than 50%, or 50, a little more than 25% again in June. So for the 4-month snowmelt season, April through July, on average, those 4 months have accounted for 80% of the Kern River water entering the aqueduct. And I have a further small note at the bottom right. The months of August, September, October, and November all show a small monthly amount. And all those are the result of 1 year, 1983. In no other year of the 44 years did was water diverted into the aqueduct during those months. Next slide, please. I have a similar monthly distribution chart. This one is in acre feet, and this is for the specific year 1983, as opposed to we were previously looking at the average distribution, monthly distribution. So this was the distribution in 1983. And so again, I'll pick on the month of May and reading across, a little shy of 180,000 acre feet was discharged into the aqueduct via the intertie in 1983 in the month of June. And over the 4-month period, the April-July 4-month period, there was over 500,000 acre feet. So out of the 664,000 acre feet of water discharged into the aqueduct in that year, over 500,000 was discharged in those 4 months, which is equivalent to an average discharge in excess of 2,100 CFS. So the flows are significant. Certainly were significant at this time. Next slide, please. Well, from some of the charts we've looked at, it's obvious that the flow of Kern River water into the aqueduct is very infrequent. As I mentioned, it's been 23 years since it was last used for flood control operations in 1998. The preponderance by volume of discharges have occurred in the April-July snowmelt runoff season, which kind of leads into the next slide, which we'll talk a little bit about some case studies. But clearly the April-July forecasts, which begin as a matter of practice by the Department of Water Resources beginning February 1 and continuing thereafter as they gain additional data from snow sensors and the like. Those April-July forecasts are critical to the operation of Isabella Reservoir and the management decisions that are made with respect to drawing water out and releasing water. However, they've been subject to considerable change, not surprisingly, as forecasts go. But if we could go to the next slide. I mentioned case studies. There were 4, I'll call them 4 events, the most significant episodes of intertie operation. And the 4 that I referred to here as case studies were 1978, 1980, 1983, inclusive of December 82 and January, February 84, which were the immediately adjacent months before and after the calendar year 83, and then 1998. So we looked at the circumstances that gave rise to those events, since it's very deceiving, or can be deceiving, or maybe not, maybe misleading is a better word, to simply look at a flow volume an annual flow volume doesn't tell us very much. But if we start to drill down and we look at first the monthly distribution and the frequency or infrequency, and we look at the circumstances that gave rise to the decisions that resulted in the operation, we gain a lot more insight and appreciation for the fact that these are real live events, I guess, for lack of a better phrase. So in addition to those April-July forecasts that I mentioned as being a very important factor, these case studies, which I'm not going to go into in this presentation, owing to its summary nature, but they demonstrate several things, and including the variability and the importance of the April-July forecasts are obviously, and many of these are obvious, frankly, but the storage in Isabella Reservoir, the inflow to Isabella Reservoir, the rate of inflow, the change in rate of inflow, the inflow to the Kern River below the dam, which, as I mentioned, is uncontrolled and unregulated. Floodwaters discharged from the Frank Kern Canal into the Kern River Channel. And I didn't note that on my my schematic, which I probably should have, but that occurs in that, well, let's just say it occurs between the first point and second point, points of measurement on that schematic. So just physically, you can kind of picture where that would be. So that is taken into consideration and is a factor. Projected downstream demands, and those are the demands that the water master is working with the Kern River interest to develop in real time, changing in real time. And then the downstream river channel capacity by reach. And with the exception of the channel capacities, virtually all the other factors are things that are moving targets. They're changing in real time. I mentioned earlier that the 4-month period, April to July 1983, evidenced an average flow into the aqueduct of 2,100 CFS for the entire 4-month period, peaking at almost 3,200 CFS, a little shy of the capacity of 3,500. Clearly, those required significant flow rates, obviously larger flow rates through the river channel through the city of Bakersfield, which are significant, and the Corps of Engineers takes those capacities into consideration in determining when to start releases and the magnitude of those releases. Next slide, please. Well, going forward, what the case studies have demonstrated is that it's impractical to predict with any certainty when the intertie will be authorized to operate, or the frequency, magnitude, or duration, owing to the number of factors involved and the fact that those are changing in real time. Next slide. And next slide, please. So with that, try to wrap up with a few findings on the topics that I've covered. First, regarding the apportionment of Kern River water, as I've mentioned, it's been apportioned according to those agreements that comprise the law of the river, those decisions, decrees, and agreements that comprise the law of the river on a daily basis since the late 1800s. The first point, second point, lower river groups collectively have the rights under that law of the river to divert and use the entire natural flow of the river. The entitlement is the amount of the natural flow apportioned to each of those groups. And I would note that any first point group water, and I'll substitute maybe say entitlement, that for whatever reason passes second point of measurement belongs to the second point group. And that, again, is all comes from the Miller-Hagen agreement and the as amended. And the historical records of the Kern River operations provide very good documentation of the administration of that law of the river for decades. The primary documents, again, being the Kern River First Point Flow and Diversion records and the reports of the Kern River Water Master contained in the annual hydrographic reports. Next slide, please. Regarding operation of the intertie, very briefly, it's a flood control facility intended to reduce downstream flood damages. It's used infrequently, and it must be a number of conditions that must be met before it can be used. It isn't an automatic safety valve that goes off when the pressure gets high enough or something like that. It's actually fairly involved. The Corps of Engineers, again, must be making flood control releases. Kern River interests must consent to those, to the diversion of floodwaters into the aqueduct. Water Master and the agency must agree to provide notice to the department, and the department must accept or has to agree to accept floodwaters. And I mentioned that some of their conditions include, the department's conditions include timely notice, water quality considerations, and demand, basically that they can manage it and it's within the normal state project operations. Next slide, please. Well, by definition, the intertie operations coincide with mandatory release operations at Isabella. Many factors influence the Corps' mandatory release operations. Discharges have been substantial, which have in turn required significant flow rates through the channel, through the city of Bakersfield. And finally, that it's impractical to reduce all of this to a simple formula. It's just hard to predict with any certainty when and if and how much the intertie will be used going forward. Next slide. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ide. I appreciate your presentation. I think at this point we should probably take a break and give us all a moment. And when we return, we'll plan to pick up with cross-examination of Mr. Ide. Yes,
You had indicated you wanted maybe both to testify first and then have cross. Is that?
you're right. I did indicate that. So let's do
Okay,
that.
okay.
Thank you
All
for
right, that's-
reminding me.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So that will be good. We'll give Mr. Ide a break. So when we return, I will administer the oath to Mr. Van Camp and we will hear his presentation. So let's
That's
return back at 2:40.
Very good.
I will see
Thank
all
you.
of you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to go back on the record. We just, oh, look, the title just changed. Looks like you're prepared, Mr. Cooney.
I think so.
To
I
bring
do have a matter of process that maybe we can talk at the front end here.
Sure.
This is a follow-up on our discussion on how to coordinate efficient administration of direct and cross. I'm going to suggest that, and I'm going to use Mr. O'Brien as the example, that he is going to lead the examination. So he can pick whoever he wants to examine first. That's his discretion. And then anybody else who has questions of that witness, let them ask questions as well. So that what we've done is we've then exhausted the cross on a given witness. We'll go to the next witness. We'll exhaust the cross on that witness. And if it turns out that there's a question that hadn't been thought of that's appropriate for recross, let it then occur in recross. Otherwise, we'll end up having these gentlemen testify 3 or 4 times, depending upon how many people want to examine. That's my request.
That, I believe, is my understanding of how things will proceed. Is that also your understanding, Mr. O'Brien?
It is, and I'll just let Mr. Cuny know that I'm going to start with Mr. Hyde, and probably we'll have maybe 10 minutes with him, and then I think the bulk with Mr. Van Camp.
Yeah, that's all in your discretion. I just wanted to make sure that we have sort of an efficient process on how they go through their cross.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. And thanks to all of you for your cooperation on this. But I think with that, are we prepared to turn to Mr. Van Camp?
Yes.
Excellent. And I see him. Good afternoon, Mr. Van Camp. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
If you would, I will administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Van Camp, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cooney, you may proceed.
Very good. Mr. Van Camp, are you able to hear well enough? Everything's clear and operating?
Yes, everything
Perfect.
sounds fine.
Good. Thank you, staff. So can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my full name is Mark Van Camp, M-A-R-C, capital V-A-N, capital C-A-M-P. Business address is 455 University Avenue, Suite 100, Sacramento, 95825.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mullins, if you could please pull up North Kern 126. And similar to Mr. Ide, also have at your ready North Kern 125, 122, and 127. Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Mullins. Mr. Van Camp, what is exhibit North Kern 126?
This is a copy of my current resume.
And does this resume provide a current summary of your professional career as a engineer?
Yes, it is a summary of that.
And what is your education background?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Sacramento State University.
And are you a licensed engineer in the state of California?
Yes, I am.
And do you have a, is that as a civil engineer?
Yes, licensed in civil engineering.
And are you also a civil engineer licensed in other states of the United States?
Yes, I'm also a licensed civil engineer in the state of Nevada and Oregon, and I am a licensed certified water right examiner in the state of Oregon.
And throughout your professional career, have you concentrated your career in any particular subject or practice area?
Yes, it's all been in water resources relative to water rights.
So your professional work has included matters relating to surface water systems and water rights?
Yes. Water supply studies, things of that nature.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert witness?
Yes, I have. I've testified in front of the state board, in front of Superior Court, Federal District Court, in the Federal Court of Claims, Public Utility Commission.
And this is all in with regard to testimony as a civil engineer and water resource specialist?
Yes, only in that area.
Right. If you could please provide the hearing officer with a brief overview of some of the matters that I would say most directly relate to the work that you performed in this phase 1B proceeding.
Okay. Some of my work over the years, I've been heavily involved in the start of my career was licensing of 1920 priority water rights in the Sacramento watershed that overlapped with pre-1914 water rights. I was heavily involved in the settlement agreements, both on the Sacramento, San Joaquin side of the Delta that led to 1641. Our office, MBK Engineers, has been involved in the Truckee River system that has a few older decrees, and that led to the Truckee River operating agreement, like a settlement on the Truckee River. That led to decision 1651. I assisted in filing petitions in that matter. In addition, most recently, heavy involvement in the issue of drought planning, system operations on the Sacramento River system. And that also entails working with the state board staff on their recent water unavailability tool, which is evaluating water supply, water use, and how to curtail water rights.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, just a moment ago, Mr. Ide provided testimony with regard to the technical analysis of North Kern 122, and that it was a collaborative effort of the two engineering firms. And he explained his principal assignment in developing that collaborative report. What was your primary role in the preparation of North Kern 122?
Well, it was really a team effort. As you know, our office was involved in the 2010 process. We were also involved in the water availability analysis. So it was essentially to help Ron, because he definitely has the Kern River system and knowledge background, to combine our two expertise, mine being more in the water rights and operations, tying it with water rights. So to best respond to the hearing officer's questions, we work together on that report.
And when you say the hearing officer's questions, those are the 1B questions and the sub-issues that were identified in the notice for this hearing?
Yes, they are.
And is it fair to say that both you and Mr. Ide worked collaboratively to make sure that you both agreed as to the contents of the entire report and its supporting tables and figures and such?
Yes.
Okay. If Ms. Mullins could please pull up North Kern 125. Just scroll up a little bit. Thank you very much. Just a couple of quick questions here. And first of all, Mr. Van Camp, what is North Kern 125?
This is a copy of my written testimony, but excuse me, Mr. Cooney, is this the errata where we had a few slips on my years of experience?
I don't know, Mr. Van Camp. I've got a feeling I'm not current. Let's scroll down to one of those paragraphs, and if it's not the errata version, I don't see that it's identified as such. Well,
I can explain the differences.
yeah, if you could, let's go to the paragraphs, Mr. Van Camp, that indicated those nominal changes.
They are simply in my years of experience. I have 35 years as a professional engineer and 38 years with MBK. Prior to that, I was working with the USGS, but I did not feel those should count towards that experience level.
So for the purpose, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
That's it. That's
So what we're seeing here is it's sort of, I'll call it line 5, where I have 40 years, it would be, I have 35. Is that the correct?
correct.
Okay. Other than that change, were there any other changes, Mr. Van Camp?
No, sir.
And so this written testimony then attaches your resume, the report, and then also your PowerPoint presentation summarizing your testimony?
That is correct.
I think if we could then, let's turn to Ms. Mullins, if you could pull up North Kern 127. Thank you. Now, before I ask you any questions on this, I failed to ask you, were you aware of any revisions, updates that you wanted to make to the technical analysis report other than the ones that Mr. Ides already corrected?
No, I think Mr. Ide caught the ones that we needed to catch.
Okay, so I'm going to then really turn this over to you. If you could explain to the hearing officer a summary of your testimony using your PowerPoint presentation, North Kern 127, recognizing that some of the topics have been addressed through Mr. Ide.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Ms. Kinsey, I'll do my best to get through the slides that you've seen already. You've obviously seen the cover. This is my portion of the presentation of the technical analysis. Next slide, Ms. Mullins, please. And we read this one already, so we can skip to the next slide, which is more the givens that I believe Mr. Ide went over quite well and was also in his presentation. Next slide, please. Simply the slide that says the approach was focused on the intertie, and then it was a cooperative effort between the firms. Next slide, please. And next slide. I'm sure you don't need to see the cover of that report again. So my portion of the testimony is outlined here, is try to provide, using the previous portions of the report that are a great foundation, to attempt to provide you direct answers to your primary hearing issue and the 6 sub-issues. I have reordered, we have reordered those questions. So I'll try to make sure I'm clear on what hearing issue it is. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We read your primary hearing issue, and here is the summary of our response with the foundation. It is that all Kern River water, as you heard from Mr. Ide, is subject to existing water rights. That is due to the law of the river. It's been administered that way for many years, and it is also identified as that in D 1196. The importation of CVP and SWP water and the groundwater supplies, the fact that the Kern subbasin is in critical overdraft by Bulletin 118, further support that. So there is essentially no water available for those pending applications. Now, recognizing the decision in 2010, we understand that flood flows, instantaneous supply can exceed the capacity to divert that water and use it. That is indicated by the flows that occurred through the intertie and flowed into the aqueduct. It is only during those flows that there could be an indication that water might be available for a permit in the future. Next slide, please. Oh, Kern. Yeah, we can skip this one. Ron, Mr. Ide gave a good summary of that. Let me minimize my screen here. Oh, I lost. Little help. I can't see it. Oh, thank you.
Are you able to see?
I'm good now. I can't see any of you, but that's it's probably better for I to see the words. So sub-hearing issue 4, Ms. Kinsey, is focused on the physical availability and from a system-wide perspective. And you've heard this from many others. We have identified the monthly amounts as identified at first point of measurement in table 3.1. We have gone over in section 4 of the technical analysis for the period 1964 to 2021, looked at those flows and the apportionment of that water. And that physical availability, the maximum occurred in 1983, as you saw, and was just short of 2.5 million acre feet. Next slide, please. We can, this is just that graphical representation of the first point natural flow that has been presented more than once for 1894 through 2021. Next slide, please, Ms. Mullins. Now to address sub-hearing issue number 2 is the historical amounts that were authorized for diversion and use by these valid water rights. Again, the key is in this authorized is the total entitlement is equal to the natural flow at first point. We've given that number from a system-wide perspective in 4-7, and we broke it down by the groups because we felt your question was on the system-wide perspective by first group in table 4-4, second group in 4.5, and lower river 4-6. Again, as others have identified, if the water of first point group flows past second point for whatever reason, it belongs to the second point group by the law of the river. And I've shown these in the next slide, which is figure 4-4 from our next slide, please, Ms. Mullen. This is a graphical representation showing the first point entitlement, second point lower river. This was also shown earlier. So we'll go to the next slide, please. Your sub-hearing issue number 1 is what were the maximum amounts authorized for diversion use under these water rights and under each of the seasons. Well, first, the maximum amount is that annual, the year of 1983, equal to the natural flow. And then we broke it down by the first point, second point, lower river group, and have provided tables of those in our technical analysis. If we go to the next slide, we simply have taken to try to help answer the question of the maximum amount authorized, we did take the maximum flow at the first point of measurement and found the year that occurred. And that is what this represents from 1964 to 2021. Next slide. Now moving to more of your questions that in the hearing notice relative to availability as compared to demand. And again, we're looking at this from a system-wide perspective. As I think it's well known, there's no shortage of demand for surface water or supply from the Kern River. We do have the instantaneous supply that exceeds the ability to capture that water and use it at all times. This is indicated as identified in Order 2010 by the flow that went into the intertie. That occurred, the maximum number occurred in 1983 and was 664,000 acre feet. Now, it is important for the division, the state board, for applicants to understand the frequency of that occurrence, to understand moving forward with a project or a water right application. And excluding 1983 and 2006, the maximum quantity would have been 168,000 in 1978. And also no Kern River water would have occurred in January and August through December. These are issues I believe the state board looks at relative to these questions. Next slide, please. This is a continuation of subhearing issue 5. 98, if we exclude 2006 due to the dam safety issues, 1998 was the last occurrence of Kern water, river water flowing into the aqueduct. Moving forward for any future potential water, there's many factors, as Mr. Ide testified, makes it very impractical to estimate, predict what that might be. Again, we use history as a guide, but it does not dictate the future. I believe any applicant must recognize the infrequent occurrence of the Kern water into the intertie moving forward with an application. And that risk, whether that water shows up in the future, is a risk that applicants or a permit holder must take. So in the next slide on figure 6-1 is simply a slide of the natural flow at first point. Well, it is pretty fuzzy, but it is from 1978 through 2021. And it is the entire bar represents the natural flow at first point. And the crosshatch portion of that bar is that which flowed into the intertie. So you can see the significant or more greater volume of water in 1983 that was much larger than any other year and very infrequently occurrence. Next slide, please. Relative to your subhearing issue number 3 is relative to future amounts of diversion use authorized by the valid rights. And again, with the law of the river, the fact that it is apportioned by a percentage of the natural flow, we'd expect that to equal the natural flow measured at first point. Of course, there are going to be future flood events, and this may result in those capacity constraints and may result in water into the intertie. Next slide, please. And this is simply to the question of what we believe is the appropriate time step to evaluate the amount of diversion use for a future water right. It is my opinion, our opinion, that as a monthly time step is appropriate. We need to keep in mind we're simply in the application process and moving forward into a potential permit. So I believe it's appropriate to use that monthly time step, and the actual amount of water experienced under a water right will be seen after some practice takes place. Next slide, please. And with that, I believe that is the conclusion of my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Van Camp. I appreciate that very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
I think at this point, if we're going to, Mr. O'Brien, you indicated that you were interested in cross-examining Mr. Ide first. I suppose I should ask, just so I get an understanding of the room, are there others who wish to cross-examine either of these witnesses? I'll turn first to you, Mr. Becerra, because you unmuted.
Yes, Ms. Kinsey, I would plan to cross-examine, I think, Mr. Ide briefly.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pierce?
Yes,
Yeah.
Ms. Kinsey, I intend to cross-examine both witnesses. I'm not sure how many questions I'll have. That'll depend a lot on what Mr. O'Brien asks.
Sure. Mr. Jacobs?
I have a brief cross-exam of Mr. Van Camp.
Are there any others who, you may change your mind later, but I'm just getting an initial sense of where we're going. Mr. Becerra, would you have an interest in going first?
Sure.
One way to put it.
Yeah, that's just fine.
But maybe first we should take a break would that help, Mr. Cuny, so you can reorganize your witnesses if we're going to ask questions of Mr. Ide first?
Yeah, we will have Mr. Ide set up here in just probably 5 minutes or so, or whatever you would like, but we'll have him set up and then have Mr. Van Camp in the wings.
Okay, let's just take 5 minutes because we haven't been going very long. So just 5 minutes, 3:12, we'll meet back and we'll get started. Thank you. All right, it's 3:12. We're back. I see Mr. Ide. Thank you. I think the order of things will be, I will turn first to Mr. Becerra, and then you, Mr. O'Brien, and then Mr. Pierce. I think we went roughly in this order before. Does that suit everyone? All right. I see nods. So with that, Mr. Becerra, I'll turn things to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Ide. My name is Ryan Becerra. I'm the attorney for Buena Vista Water Storage District in this hearing. I want to understand one of your case studies a little better. So, well, and first, Ms. Kinsey, I posted a cross-examination exhibit into our upload file labeled Buena Vista 812. So I'll get to that, but I don't need it right now.
Thank you. Thank you for the warning.
Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up exhibit North Kern 122 and go to PDF page 33? There we go. And then for the record, this is document page 28. And Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down a little? Thank you. Mr. Ide, you see we're talking about 1978 in this text?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down a little till we get to the paragraph just after the block quote? Mr. Ide, do you see that paragraph beginning for the month of February?
Yes.
In that paragraph, are you describing how water ran from the California aqueduct back into the Kern River through the intertie?
Let me read this if I may take a moment. Yes, that second sentence in that paragraph that you noted, beginning with, it is interesting to note, that is a reference to water discharged from the aqueduct into the Kern River.
Is the usual operation of the intertie for Kern River water to flow through into the aqueduct?
Yes.
Do you know why water ran backwards from the aqueduct into the Kern River in February 1978?
My understanding is that the aqueduct had experienced heavy inflows in other reaches, and that operationally they had a problem and they were looking for some relief, and that resulted in a brief, I don't think it was, I guess significance is in the eye of the beholder, but I don't know that it was a particularly significant amount, but there was a brief period during which water, as I understand it, was discharged from the aqueduct into the Kern River through the intertie to help relieve operational issues resulting from storm inflows in other areas of the aqueduct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the next page, which would be document page 29? And then Mr. Ide, in that block quote paragraph that begins a heavy snowstorm, is it then your understanding that later on in 1978, then water flowed out of the Kern River through the intertie into the aqueduct?
Yes.
So it flowed both ways in 1978?
Yes. With the, as I mentioned, the note that the amount that flowed from the aqueduct into the Kern River was relatively nominal.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Buena Vista Exhibit 812? Thank you. Mr. I, do you see Exhibit Buena Vista 812?
Yes, I do.
Are you generally familiar with Department of Water Resources Bulletin 132?
Generally, yes.
And what is it generally?
Well, it's a report on state water project operations. So it covers the entire state project and all of its contractors and reaches and pumping plants and the like, and addresses the operations in a given year.
Is Bulletin 132 something that Department of Water Resources prepares for every year?
Yes,
So this bulletin is labeled 132-79, but it covers operations in 1978. Is that a good understanding?
that's would be my read of the cover that you're showing me, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 12? And I'll represent, I added the highlights on this. This document is excerpts of the report. I added the highlights just for ease of navigation. Mr. Ide, do you see there on document page 91 towards the bottom of the left-hand column? It begins discussing in 1978 the intertie was.
Yes,
And is that text consistent with your understanding that 1978 was the first year that the the intertie was used?
it is.
Okay. And can we please scroll down just, Mr. Ide, a little bit to the last sentence on the paragraph that begins included in this total?
Oh, yes, I see that.
Do you see that it discusses Kauai River water going through the intertie? Yes,
I do.
Is that, I believe you discussed earlier the possibility of water coming through the Kern Canal going through the intertie. Is that accurate? You talked about that earlier?
I believe I mentioned that Kern Canal water entered the Kern River channel from time to time, and that was a consideration in managing Kern River flows. And it is my understanding that water has been discharged from the Kern Canal into the Kern River channel, and at times has resulted in that water being diverted into the California aqueduct through the intertie.
And so the Kern Canal originates at the San Joaquin River at Friant Dam. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And then it runs along the east side of the San Joaquin Valley down to the Kern River. Is that accurate?
yes,
And it crosses the Kings River. Is that accurate?
yes,
And it crosses the Kauai River. Is that accurate?
yes,
And the Tule River. Is that accurate?
yes.
Okay. And do you know whether it can accept water out of those rivers, the Kern Canal?
I don't know the manner in which water has been introduced, local runoff has been introduced into the Kern Canal, but my understanding is that it has from time to time.
Okay, and returning to Exhibit Buena Vista 812, that sentence at the bottom of text page 91 that included in this total, does that indicate to you that Kauai River floodwater was actually introduced to the Kern Canal in 1978?
That would,
Sorry, objection calls for speculation, inadequate foundation.
First, I have to go off on mute. Let's see. I'm going to overrule that objection. I think there's sufficient. I mean, you can answer to the extent you have an understanding, Mr. Ide, so you can qualify it.
That is the way I would read this account that you directed me to on page 91.
And but by its inclusion in DWR's Bulletin 13279, would you generally take that as an accurate account?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Department of Water Resources included that description in Bulletin 132-79, correct?
Yes,
And by DWR including it in the bulletin, would you generally understand that to be how DWR understood Kauai River water flowing into the intertie that year?
yes,
Thank you. Do you see also on text page 91 the paragraph that begins pump back agreement that I've highlighted?
yes.
Do you know what Delta Lands Reclamation District number 770 is by chance?
Not in particular, no.
Okay. Do you, okay, let me, Ms. Mullen, can I please go to PDF page 10? Which is document page 11. Mr. I, do you see the portions that I've highlighted?
Yes,
And that bulleted paragraph that does begin Delta Lands Reclamation District number 770?
yes.
Okay, can you just take a second to read the highlighted text in that bulleted paragraph?
To myself,
Yes, please.
yes, I've read that.
When water flows from the Kern River through the intertie into the aqueduct, does it normally flow south in the aqueduct from there?
Yes,
And do you know where the coastal branch is located on the aqueduct relative to the Kern River intertie?
it would be upstream.
So
North.
it's the north. I'm sorry, I think I spoke over you. So is the coastal branch north on the aqueduct from the intertie?
Yes,
So do you see in that text that, at least as reported by DWR, water that went into the intertie in 1978 was routed north in the aqueduct?
yes.
Do you know what state water contractors are located on the aqueduct between the intertie and the coastal branch?
I'm going to object on relevance grounds.
I was wondering the same. Maybe Mr. Becerra, can you give us a insight on where we're going?
Sure. Buena Vista Water Storage District is located essentially just north of the intertie on the aqueduct. And so I'm trying to get to whether or not Mr. Ide knows whether water was routed upstream on the aqueduct for delivery to possibly Buena Vista and others on the aqueduct.
Okay, I'll allow this. That makes some sense to me. So please continue, Mr. Becerra.
Mr. Ide, in your research concerning 1978, did you come across further information about Kern River water being routed upstream on the aqueduct to state water contractors?
You know, other than what you have identified here in Bulletin 132, which I was aware of, I can't recall that I read any other account, and I don't recall if I've ever seen any indication of, who the specific recipients or where of that water might have been, or who the deliveries might have been made to.
But by DWR's inclusion of that information in Bulletin 13279, does that generally indicate to you that Kern River water was routed upstream in the aqueduct in 1978?
That's what it says to me.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Ms. Kinsey.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. I believe with that, I've indicated that I would next turn to you, Mr. O'Brien. So if you are prepared, you may ask your questions of Mr. Ide.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Ide. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
I want to start by making sure I understand the assumptions that you are working under with respect to the water rights regime on the Kern River. Mr. Cuny, in his opening statement, made a comment that all of the documents that comprise the law of the river are assumed to have established the water rights on the Kern River, or something to that effect. Was it your understanding, as part of your assignment in this case, that you were to assume that those documents that comprise the law of the river really completely establish all water rights on the Kern River?
Well, I guess I'm struggling a little bit in that it's hard to separate, the last couple of months from 40 years ago when I was, first introduced to those agreements and the water rights, and received some initial orientation. So I think I would have to say that I probably over time, without being able to say any more specifically than that, it was my understanding, again, developed over time, not so much some discussion over the last couple of months, that those reference decrees and agreements governed all of the rights to Kern River water that were administered at first point of measurement. And I'm not aware, I've not seen reference to any other rights than what are referenced in those agreements, which speak to first point, second point, and ultimately lower river.
Okay, and that understanding that you just described is not intended in any way to be a legal opinion. It's essentially your working understanding of the law of the river, correct?
That is correct.
And you're not providing any opinions in this proceeding about the scope of any particular party's water rights on the Kern River, correct?
Not beyond that which is articulated in those agreements and decrees.
Okay. And you're not providing any opinions regarding the validity of any party's water rights on the Kern River, correct?
No, again, I guess you'd have to include those agreements and decrees that govern the apportionment and the records that document that apportionment, as I took those as givens in my analysis.
That was exactly the way I was going to phrase my next question. So thank you for that.
I'm glad I was able to eliminate one.
Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Mr. Ide's PowerPoint presentation, North Kern 124 at slide 23. this is the bar graph figure that we looked at during your direct testimony. The question I have about this figure, Mr. Ide, and let's take 1983 as an example. We know from other testimony that approximately 664,000 acre feet of water flowed through the intertie into the California Aqueduct in 1983. Does that sound about right?
That is correct.
And so in looking at your figure and focusing on the year 1983, where is that 664,000 acre feet picked up in this figure?
Well, it's part of that, simply part of the total height of that bar. The total height of that bar is just shy of 2.5 million acre feet. So that height, that amount represents the total natural flow volume of the Kern River at first point of measurement in 1983.
So when we look at the bullet points that are over to the left of the bar chart figure, in the second bullet, you say, by definition, the sum of the entitlements is equal to the natural flow. Accordingly, they are highly variable from year to year, correct?
Yes.
And so by including the 664,000 acre feet that flowed to the intertie in 1983 in the bar for 1983, you're simply making a representation of the total entitlements without regard to physically where the water actually went. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that also true of the other years depicted on this graph where we know water flowed to the intertie?
Yes.
The intertie was first came into operation in 1978. So the bar for 1978 includes water that left Kern County and flowed through the intertie, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have for Mr. Ide, Ms. Kinsey. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ide.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I believe with that, I will turn to Mr. Pierce. Do you have
Yes.
questions, for Mr. Ide?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Ms. Kunze. I just have a few questions, Mr. Ide. And for the record, Mr. Ide, my name is Colin Pierce. I'm the attorney for the city of Bakersfield, and we met in person and by Zoom at the last hearing as well. So it's good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you.
And just, I think for convenience sake, if we could have Ms. Mullen pull up North Kern Exhibit 122. And if you could please go to the first page of text, which is page 1. And yeah, on this is in the next page is the introduction and summary of findings. That's the page I'm looking for, which is numbered page 1. Yep, that's it. Yeah, and further down about a little more than halfway down the page, there's some bolded language. I'd like you to find that. There it is. Perfect. All right. Mr. Ide, this the highlighted language is from the January 12, 2022 Notice of Pre-Hearing Conference. And in this report, which is for the record, North Kern 122, the report which you prepared along with Mr. Van Camp. In this report, you quote the issue which will be determined in phase 1B. You see that there?
Yes.
And I'm not going to read the whole quote, but the quote indicates that the purpose of phase 1B is to determine the quantity of unappropriated water in addition to any unappropriated water made available as a result of the decision in North Kern Water Storage District versus Kern Delta Water District 2007. Do you see that?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that all of your testimony and all of your writings do not include any opinion or findings with regard to the existence or lack of existence of any unappropriated water made available as a result of the decision in this case, the North Kern versus Kern Delta case? And again, I'm limiting the question to your report and to any testimony and information you've given in phase 1B.
That is true.
Okay. Thank you. And then one more area of questions on the next page over, page 2. You're further down, your section 1.21, your principal findings. There it is. Yes, principal finding number 1. The last sentence there reads, accordingly, all Kern River water is subject to existing water rights, and there is no inappropriate water available to supply the pending applications for permits to appropriate water from the Kern River system. You see that, Mr. Ide?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you're not, in that statement and that sentence, you're not addressing what you previously testified was defined as forfeiture release water or water created by Kern Delta's partial forfeiture of water rights. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is no consideration of the North Kern decision in that finding.
Okay. So you're giving an opinion here that there's no inappropriate water other than water that may be available as a result of the forfeiture decision, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Sure. You're giving an opinion here that all Kern River water is subject to existing water rights and there's no unappropriated water available. But in making that statement, you're not taking into account, you're not counting any unappropriated water that might be available as a result of the Kern Delta forfeiture decision, correct?
I'm going to object as it's argumentative and beyond the scope. Now, Mr. Pierce is through the form of this question trying to argue his case. We've made it very clear throughout this report and his testimony that this analysis, as per the hearing officer's request, is to take into account what, if any, unappropriated water may exist independent from the forfeiture judgment. And that's exactly what he's done. It's inappropriate for examination of Mr. Ide to try to argue his case that closed in December of last year.
Mr. Pierce, just with that clarification from Mr. Cooney, and I think Mr. Ide, as far from my understanding, has been fairly clear. I understand you want clarity on this issue on the record. But is there, I don't see a lack of clarity here. Is there something that you're still concerned about making clear on the record with respect to the scope of Mr. Ide's report that's before us?
Yeah, so I understand. I appreciate his general statement. I just want to be really clear that when he's talking about the existence of unappropriated water in this report in phase 1B, that he's not addressing any water that may or may not be available as a result of the forfeiture decision. And I'm just, again, I asked the general question. Now I'm asking the specific question with regard to his first principal finding.
Okay, I'll give you one more question. Let's make it clear on the record. And then let's move on from there. So, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, Ms. Coonsey. So, Mr. Ide, when you're giving your opinion and your principal finding, number one, that there is no unappropriated water available on the Kern River, you're not addressing forfeiture release water, correct?
Yeah, I think that statement is independent of, and not in consideration of anything related to the North Kern decision or forfeiture judgment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ide. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Is there anyone else who had questions of Mr. Ide before we move to Mr. Van Camp? I think with that, maybe we should take, well, maybe I'll ask because we may not circle back. So Mr. Cooney, I will ask you now, do you have any redirect for Mr. Ide based on the cross-examination we've had so far?
I think I have just one question.
Please go ahead if you're ready.
If, not sure how to pull this up. I'd like, if Ms. Mullins can, in Exhibit 122, to go to, and I wish I had the PDF pages and I apologize, but it would be page 41 of the report, and it will bring you to figure 6-1. Wonderful. You're magnificent. So Mr. O'Brien asked you, Mr. Ide, a couple of questions with regard to the table that depicted all of the natural flow and the apportionment of that natural flow by year among the three groups, First Point, Second Point, and Lower River. But is it correct that this figure 6-1 for the years that are identified likewise addresses the natural flow of that given year and then distinguishes between the waters that were discharged into the aqueduct according to the requirements of the intertie agreements as compared to the remaining natural flow that was not discharged? Is that right?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. With that, shall we let's take a quick 10-minute break, and that will include rearranging Mr. Ide and Mr. Van Camp, if you will, please, and then we'll go from there.
That's fine. And just for I'm sorry, for Mr. Ide's benefit, is he then excused now at this point?
I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that. No, if you would, Mr. Ide, if you would please stick with us for a little bit longer. I think I had allowed the opportunity, if other questions came up that Mr. Van Camp could not answer, we may, hopefully it won't be necessary, but it's appropriate if we need to. So please, Mr. Ide, if you will stay with us off camera, I would appreciate it.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Let's return at 3:55. All right, let's go back on the record. It looks like everyone is here. I will turn first to Mr. Becerra. I don't think you said you had questions for Mr. Van Camp, but do you have questions for Mr. Van Camp?
Very, very briefly, I think.
And that's fine. I didn't mean to suggest you waived
No,
your chance.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Van Camp. As you know, I'm Ryan Becerra, and I'm Buena Vista Water Storage District's attorney in this hearing. Did you happen to watch the cross-examination of Mr. Ide?
I listened to
You listened to it. Do you have anything, do you know anything further about water being routed upstream in the California Aqueduct in 1978 than Mr.
I know
Ide?
nothing further.
Okay, that's all I have, Ms. Kinsey.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Mr. Jacobs, would you care to ask your questions next of Mr. Van Camp?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Van Camp. Good to see you.
I'm Mr. Jacobs.
Ms. Mullen, we're going to be looking at KCWA exhibits 15 and 16 in that order. And I would appreciate if you could first bring up exhibit 15. Great. Mr. Van Camp, do you recognize KCWA exhibit 15 on the screen here?
I do.
What is your recollection of this letter?
My recollection is it's the directions we were attempting to follow in preparing the water availability analysis from 2019.
Is it fair to say that this letter recommends a methodology for preparing that water availability analysis?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up exhibit 16? All right, Mr. Van Camp, do you recognize KCWA exhibit 16?
Appears to be a letter from my office.
Do you have a recollection of what this letter is?
It appears to be where we submitted the water availability analysis.
Fair to say this was your cover letter that went along with the water availability analysis?
It would appear so.
Were you involved in preparing this cover letter?
Yes.
What was your involvement?
The whole water availability was quite a team effort, but I assume I reviewed drafts, and I believe if you scroll down, Ms. Mullins, please. To the signature line, that I signed it to transmit the water availability analysis.
Okay. And you referenced development of the water availability analysis as being a team effort, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe yourself as the leader of your team?
It was a joint leadership with myself and Darren Cordova, yes.
Great. Could you please describe the process that you and your team engaged in to prepare the joint water availability analysis? What we have marked here is KCWA 16.
Well, Mr. Jacobs, that is a few years ago. I can't get to a level of detail. We had numerous meetings, interactions, including meetings with the state board to make sure we were meeting their recommendations and requests.
Do you believe that you were meeting their recommendations and requests?
Yes, although I have not heard anything.
Can you estimate ballpark the number of hours that your team spent on preparing the joint water availability analysis?
No.
It was a serious undertaking, however.
Yes,
Do you think cumulatively you guys spent 100 hours?
that would be a safe assumption. Yes,
More than that, would you say?
likely. If I recall, the start date was October 2018, so it took roughly 8 to 9 months.
And it was yourself, it was Mr. Cordova. Was there anybody else involved from your team in preparing that joint water availability analysis?
I'm sure there was. Mr. Jacobs, I don't have a name for you, but we certainly use technical folks to help input data and help write. And so, yes.
Did your team follow the methodology recommended by the State Water Board in that letter from October of 2018?
To my understanding, yes, the best we could.
Now, the joint water availability analysis doesn't predict when the intertie will operate in the future, does it?
No,
But using the methodology recommended by the State Water Board, the joint water availability analysis concluded there would be water available to appropriate in only 12 months out of the 1,500 plus month historic record, correct?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. The methodology was not recommended by the State Water Board.
You can answer, Mr. Van Camp.
Wait, hold on. I'm thinking. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Jacobs, can you repeat the question for my benefit, please?
Sure, and I'll also just indicate that he just testified that they did follow the methodology recommended by the State Water Board. So my question was, using the methodology recommended by the State Water Board, the joint water availability analysis concluded there would be water available to appropriate in only 12 months out of the 1,500 plus month historic record, correct?
Same objection. The recommendation came from staff of the Division of Water Rights, not from the Water Board.
I think that's a fair clarification, Mr. Jacobs. Will you please try the question again? I think you can clarify it with I realize there's language in the letter from the division staff, which I believe uses the word recommendation. You've elicited some testimony about that, but will you please link your question to the language of that letter?
Okay, Mr. Van Camp, using the methodology recommended in the letter of October of 2018, signed by Mr. McCarthy, an employee of the State Water Board, the joint water availability analysis concluded there would be water available to appropriate in only 12 months out of the 1,500 plus month historic record, correct?
I have not reviewed the 2019 water availability analysis in detail recently as part of this assignment, Mr. Jacobs, but if that was the result of that analysis that you're reading, then I will accept your answer.
Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll up one page? So backwards one page. That's great. And then can you scroll down just a little bit? I'm sorry, towards the bottom of this page. All right. Mr. Van Camp, could you please read the second sentence in that final paragraph?
Okay.
Can you read it out loud, please?
Oh. In summary, the water availability analysis demonstrates that there were only 12 instances when monthly Kern River natural flows, parentheses, total of 1,503 monthly flow records for the period of record 1893 through December 2018, in parentheses, exceeded the combined maximum monthly historical water use as requested by the State Water Board and described within the law, parentheses, of the existing water right holders.
Okay. Does reading that refresh your recollection about the summary conclusion that you reached in this report?
Yes,
So is it fair to say that that is that statement confirms that your joint water availability analysis determined that there would be water available to appropriate in only 12 months out of the 1,500-month historic record?
based on the assumptions provided. That is correct.
Great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. With that, I think I will turn to you, Mr. O'Brien. Do you have questions for Mr. Van Camp?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. Good afternoon, Mr. Van Camp. Good to see you.
And Mr. O'Brien?
I'm going to start with some questions, as I did with Mr. Ide, relating to the assumptions that you made in relation to the law of the river and the water rights regime on the Kern River. Mr. CUNY, as I wrote it down from his opening statement, said that all of the documents that comprise the law of the river are assumed to have established the water rights regime on the Kern River. Is that consistent with your understanding of the assumptions you were working under?
Yes,
And you assumed that the allocations of water that occur under those various documents that comprise the law of the river are essentially consistent with California water rights law?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
That's a good objection. I'm going to withdraw it and restate it, Mr. Van Camp. You didn't question any of the law of the river documents in preparing your analysis for this case. Is that correct?
that is correct.
You took them as a given?
Yes,
And you did not provide any opinions in this case regarding the scope of any particular party's water rights on the Kern River, correct?
Mr. O'Brien, can you repeat that? I missed the first part of your question.
Sure. You have not provided any opinions in this proceeding regarding the scope of any party's water rights, correct?
I'm
That
going
is
to
correct.
object. It's vague as to opinions about scope. Are you talking about the physical operations? You know, there's obviously been discussions, opinions about quantity, or are you talking about opinions in the legal sense as to water rights? Vague and ambiguous.
I think that's a fair objection with that explanation, Mr. O'Brien. I'm sure you can conjure a way to ask the question to avoid it.
Mr. Van Camp, have you provided any opinions in this proceeding about the maximum amount of any water right held by any party involved in this proceeding?
Objection, vague and ambiguous again about amount. Is he asking the quantitative amounts or is he talking about a legal limit or amount? That's a legal question. And it's an ambiguous question.
Well, and we're now getting again into speaking objections, and I'm going to object to speaking objections.
Let me see if I can. Well, let's do it. I'm going to give you a chance to try one more time, Mr. O'Brien. It may be the same question, but I will also be thinking about whether there's a way I can phrase the question. I do agree that there is an ambiguity here about whether your question is asking about the physical quantity of water that has been diverted versus legal either right or entitlement. So
let me try breaking it down a bit. Mr. Van Camp, you're an expert in the engineering aspects of California water rights. Is that correct?
I would feel I'm an expert, yes.
And you've testified in court and state board proceedings on that subject, correct?
Yes.
Have you, on occasion, given testimony regarding the amount of a particular water right? Is that something you've performed in the course of your career?
Can you explain, Kevin, Mr. O'Brien, are you looking at a seasonal quantity, a maximum rate of diversion?
Well, let's take the simplest case for a post 1914 water right. You're familiar with water right permits and licenses, which typically state a maximum volume for the right on an annual basis, correct?
Not in all cases, no,
But
in my opinion.
in some cases, correct?
In some cases, they'll have a seasonal amount, yes.
And have you ever been involved in the analysis of pre-1914 water rights?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Have I been involved in pre-14 water rights?
An analysis of pre-1914 water rights?
Yes, in the licensing process, I was. The overlapping water right licensing process I indicated earlier in my background.
Have you ever had a client come to you and say, in effect, I want to understand what I have with my pre-1914 water right? What it allows me to do?
I'm pausing because I can't think of one offhand.
Have you ever worked with an historian such as Dr. Miltenberger in examining the historical facts surrounding the establishment of a pre-1914 water right?
My experience in this regard is more focused on the area in Oregon, in the Klamath River, working with a historian that was going back and looking at the claims of rights to move forward in that adjudication, yes.
And part of the purpose of that work was to determine the scope or extent of the right, correct?
Through that process, my analysis was more in the area of what was the appropriate rate and duty applied in the state of Oregon.
Okay. And I guess my question with respect to this case is whether you've performed any similar analysis with respect to the pre-1914 rights of any party involved in this case to determine the extent or scope of the right.
No, as indicated, the law of the river is based on a percentage of the flow.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'd like to turn now to your PowerPoint presentation, Ms. Mullen. Slide 16. I believe that's North Kern 127. Mr. Van Camp, in this slide, in the first paragraph following the heading or the text in bold, you make the statement that and I'll just quote it, there is no shortage of demand to use available Kern River supply. Rather, there are infrequent instances when the instantaneous supply exceeds, comma, does not match, comma, the available instantaneous capacities of diversion, conveyance, and storage, which results in operation of the intertie for flood control, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
In your experience in California water rights matters, is it typically the responsibility of the right holder to make sure that he or she has adequate, let's start with diversion capacity to divert the full extent of the right?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time. Is it at the point of commencement of the right, or is this subsequent? It's not clear.
Will you clarify, Mr. O'Brien, please?
In your experience working in California water rights matters all over the state, has it typically been your understanding that the responsibility to make sure that there's adequate diversion capacity to divert the full amount authorized under the water right, that responsibility lies with the right holder?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm going to that objection I think is overruled. We can ask that question of Mr. Van Camp as a professional engineer. I'm not sure the question about timing was addressed in your rephrase of the question, Mr. O'Brien, although Mr. Cooney didn't re-raise the objection, but I will. Because I do think, in my following you, I do think there may be a distinction here, especially when we're talking about pre-14 rights. If we're talking about when the appropriation is initiated or perfection of a conditional water right or something to that effect, and then subsequently. So if you would, for my benefit, break it down into the time periods, please.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ms. Kinsey. So for purposes of my question, Mr. Van Camp, let's assume that and let's make it a hypothetical and make it simple. Let's assume that a party has properly established a pre-1914 appropriative right to divert up to 100 cubic feet per second from a particular water course from January 1st to December 31st of every year. Do you understand those hypothetical facts?
I believe so. You used the word perfected, that right?
Established, I think, is the word I used, but let's say established and perfected. Okay.
Okay.
In your experience in California water right matters, isn't it your understanding that the responsibility to make sure that there is adequate diversion capacity to be able to divert that full 100 cubic feet per second, in my hypothetical, would lie with the right holder?
Mr. O'Brien, I can believe that is true for a post-1914 water right. It's more difficult for me to answer that relative to a pre-14.
Are you aware of any situation with a pre-1914 water right where it has not been the responsibility of the right holder to make sure that there is adequate diversion capacity to be able to take advantage of the full extent of the right?
Well, we need to talk about the issue of direct diversion versus storage.
Okay, that's fair. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let's limit this hypothetical to direct diversion. So we're in a we're in the context of a pre-1914 right to divert by direct diversion 100 cubic feet per second. And my question was whether, in your experience, there have been any situations where the responsibility to make sure that diversion capacity exists has been with someone else as a matter of the water right process.
I am not aware of that, Kevin, Mr. O'Brien, but I have not researched it either.
Okay.
It's part of my scope for this phase 1B hearing.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn now to the water availability analysis. And I'd like to first ask you some questions about the work that your firm did in the 2009 timeframe relating to the Kern River. And I believe that one of your colleagues, Daniel Easton, was the lead engineering expert for certain parties at the hearings that were held by the state board in 2009 relating to the Kern River. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Easton is still with your firm?
Yes.
And his testimony was presented on behalf of a group that included, and you may not know this, and if that's the case, please go ahead and say so, but I believe it included North Kern Water Storage District, the city of Shafter, Buena Vista Water Storage District, Kern County Water Agency, and Kern Water Bank Authority. Does that ring a bell?
I couldn't verify that list you just rattled off.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the purpose of that 2009 hearing where Mr. Easton testified?
I think I could speak to Mr. Easton's testimony to a limited extent, and that was to review and evaluate the records relative to whether the forfeiture judgment created water available for appropriation.
Didn't Mr. Easton also provide testimony about flows to the intertie?
I believe in his written testimony, Mr. O'Brien, he had a definition of flows in the intertie and acknowledged those flows.
Thank you.
Yes.
If we could, Ms. Mullen, pull up exhibit North Kern 94. And if we could go to PDF pages or page 4, please. I think you could scroll down a bit more. And that's the paragraph I'm looking for, the one that starts with the word likewise. So if you could scroll down just a little bit more. So at the bottom of page 4 of the order, and this is order WR 2010-10, I'll just read the statement. It says, quote, likewise, the North Kern petitioners presented a graph, exhibit JE 67, showing Kern River water, quote, undistributed to existing entitlements, quote, in several years. Daniel Easton, witness for the North. If we could advance that, please, Ms. Mullen. for the North Kern petitioners, explained in his written and oral testimony that there was what he calls, quote, undistributed release, quote, water in at least 8 months since 1964. Then there are certain citations that I will skip. Mr. Easton testified that water diverted into the intertie is in excess of traditionally held and exercised rights and claims of right to Kern River water, and that whenever water has been released into the intertie in the past, all Kern River water right claims had already been satisfied. Again, the citation to the transcript. This water is by definition unappropriated water, end quote. Is it your understanding, based on that passage I just read, that the State Water Board relied on Mr. Easton's analysis in concluding that unappropriated water is available for appropriation in the Kern River?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
I think that's right, Mr. O'Brien. The document does speak for itself.
Do you have any reason, Mr. Van Camp, to believe that any aspect of the testimony presented by Mr. Easton during the 2009 hearing was incorrect in any respect?
It's hard for me to say here sitting, having not read it thoroughly, his testimony. I have no reason to believe that. He was focused on the forfeiture judgment, in my opinion.
But his opinion went beyond the forfeiture judgment, correct?
Based on this reading, yes.
Now, let's turn, Ms. Mullen, please, to North Kern 122, page 7. At the bottom of the page. Maybe scroll to the next page, Ms. Mullen, sorry. I think we're looking for document page 7. Sorry. Yes, that's it. Thank you. So in this portion of your report, you discuss the water availability analysis that was prepared jointly with certain other parties, which you've already described in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you've prepared or been involved with the preparation of other water availability analyses, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What is your general understanding of the purpose of a water availability analysis?
Well, the general purpose is to provide enough information to the state Water Resource Control Board to pursue a water right application.
We looked earlier at the water code provision. We can certainly put that up again if we need to, that uses the term, I think it's reasonable
Likelihood.
likelihood. Thank you. Is that the standard that you apply when you prepare a water availability analysis?
Yes. Must meet the satisfaction of the Division of Water Rights or the State Board in order to continue pursuing that application.
The Division of Water Rights does not have a specific methodology for water availability analyses that it applies in the San Joaquin Valley. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of, Kevin.
And that's also true for the Sacramento Valley, correct?
That is my understanding, and I think that is why we're here in this hearing.
To determine what the proper methodology is.
The difficulties in determining water availability using entitlement versus demand, and you come up with a range of potential availability.
You testified earlier on direct that you were involved in the preparation of what we've referred to as the joint water availability analysis, correct?
Yes.
Can you just recount for me in general terms, I don't expect you to use numbers, what the methodology was that was recommended by the Division of Water Rights through the letter from Mr. McCarthy that we looked at previously?
Objection. Really, it's the best evidence is the letter itself as compared to his recollections of what the letter provides.
Well, we can pull up the letter. Do we want to take the time to pull up the letter? We can, Mr. Cooney. Is that where you're going with the objection?
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant what his recollections are. If he wants to know what the letter is, we should look at the letter.
All right. Mr. O'Brien, do you happen to know the exhibit number of the letter? Although Mr. Jacobs might know, he has referred to it before.
KCWA 15.
There we have it.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Van Camp, this is the letter we discussed previously in the proceeding dated October 1st, 2018. I believe it's from Mr. McCarthy, Matt McCarthy of the Division of Water Rights. And if we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen. I believe, let's see, I think it was at the bottom of the first page. There, that's it. Thank you. So in that second bullet, Mr. Van Camp, is that from your perspective, the critical text of the letter in terms of the methodology that the division staff is recommending?
Your focus is on the division staff request that face values should be quantified based on the maximum historical use for the right.
Well, and also the fact that we were in this methodology, you were matching maximum historical use in 1 year with flows from another year. Is that your understanding of how this methodology worked?
Yes.
In your experience preparing water availability analyses throughout California, have you ever used this particular methodology?
We are not this specific one, Mr. O'Brien. We are receiving requests from division staff on current efforts relative to face value of water rights, maximum use, to try to get to that issue of supply versus demand versus supply versus entitlement.
But in your 35 years of practicing engineering in the water resources field in California, you've never used this specific methodology in a water availability analysis that you've prepared and submitted, correct?
Not that I recall.
I'd like to turn now, Ms. Mullen, back to Mr. Van Camp's written testimony, North Kern 122 on page 6. And I don't think I have a PDF reference, unfortunately. There it is. Now, if we could scroll up just a little bit more, Ms. Mullen, thank you. In this section of your report, you discuss decision 1196. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you've, I assume you're familiar with decision 1196?
Somewhat. It's slightly before my time.
But you've reviewed it, correct?
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the technical documents and analyses that were used for purposes of that decision?
Not in great detail, Mr. O'Brien.
I guess specifically, I'd like to pull up the State Water Board staff analysis, which is North Kern 47, Ms. Mullen. And that's at PDF pages 9 to 10. Actually, let's look at the first page first to see if Mr. Van Camp is familiar with this document. Is that a document that you're familiar with, Mr. Van Camp?
I recall reviewing it. Yes.
And is it your understanding that this is the engineering staff analysis that was used by the State Water Rights Board for purposes of its decision 1196?
That is my understanding, yes.
Now, if we could scroll to PDF pages 9 to 10, Ms. Mullen. Maybe rotate that if we can. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. This is table 4 from the staff analysis, Mr. Van Camp, which shows quantities of water beneficially used. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you have any understanding where the staff obtained these numbers?
I do not.
Let me show you another document. Sorry to do this to you, Ms. Mullen, but I'd like you to pull up now North Kern 48. And we'll start on the first page. Is that a document you've seen before, Mr. Van Camp? I think we'll have to blow that up a bit, Ms. Mullen.
It looks familiar, Mr. O'Brien.
And you'll see in the first sentence of this report, the statement that, and I'll just quote it, it says, quote, the Kern River runoff, which flows out of the Sierra Nevada mountains, is entirely absorbed for beneficial uses on the floor of the San Joaquin Valley in 3 general areas, end quote. Are you familiar with the term absorbed for beneficial uses?
I don't have a definition for it.
Is that a term you've ever heard before in your engineering practice?
Certainly looking at this report, and I believe what was referred to in D 1196, that my assumption is it percolates into the ground.
But my question is, have you seen that phrase, absorbed for beneficial use, used in the context of water rights in California during the course of your career?
I don't recall, Kevin, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay. If we could go to back to your PowerPoint now, Ms. Mullen, slide 8. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Mr. Van Camp, I'd like to ask you about 2 of the bullets here, and I'm talking about the main bullet points. The second one and the last one. Let's take the last one first. It says, quote, only during flood control operations is there indication of water available to support a permit, end quote. Is it fair to conclude from that statement that it's your opinion that there are situations where the Kern River is in flood control operations where it may be appropriate to issue a new water right permit?
Yes.
And then in the second bullet, you say there is no unappropriated water available to supply the pending applications for permits to appropriate water from the Kern River system. You see that?
Yes, I do.
That seems inconsistent, at least to me, with the last bullet. So I'd like to have you explain how you reconcile those 2 statements.
Certainly. The no unappropriated water is tied to the distribution or entitlement of the water under the law of the river. The flood control events are times when the instantaneous capacity to divert that entitlement, they can't be done. And so through intertie agreements, water flows into the intertie and would be subject to appropriation.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Pierce, I have you next on my list. Do you have questions for Mr. Van Camp?
I do. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Kinsey. Just give me a second here,
Sure.
please. All right. Yes, I'm ready.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And for the record, Mr. Van Camp, I'm not sure if we've met before, but my name is Colin Pierce. I'm the attorney for the city of Bakersfield in this proceeding. First, just for background, you prepared exhibit North Kern 122, which is the technical analysis of the Kern River California Aqueduct intertie operations. You prepared that in connection with Mr. Ide, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to, I just want to ask you very generally, what parts did you prepare and what parts did Mr. Ide prepare?
That would be very difficult to decipher. Mr. Ide's background on the Kern River would probably focus more on the first several sections of the report. I used those sections and was more of the lead in responding to the hearing officer's question.
Okay, thank you. Actually, that's very helpful. That's the level of detail I was looking for, so thank you. So in preparing your part of exhibit 122, what materials and documents did you rely on and refer to?
They are listed in the in my testimony. Paragraph 2 of North Kern 125.
Well, let me short circuit that. Did you review or rely on flow and diversion records from the Kern River in preparing your portion of exhibit 122?
I did review them and I relied on Mr. Ide as we worked through the document.
Okay. You reviewed flow and diversion records prepared by the city of Bakersfield, is that correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Ide helped you with those records, is that right?
I'm relying on the section 4 of the report, which includes reference to the flow and diversion records.
Did you undertake any investigation on your own in connection with exhibit 122?
Can you explain that investigation?
Did
As I said, this was-
did you visit the Kern River?
Yes.
Did you take any records, prepare any records on your own of the flow and diversion of water from the Kern River?
No, we relied on the records from Bakersfield.
Okay, and you didn't do any other work other than relying on the records in terms of the flow and diversion information, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you meet or talk to anyone from the city of Bakersfield with regard to the flow and diversion records in connection with exhibit 122?
I did not.
Did you have occasion to speak to the Kern River Water Master in connection with exhibit 122?
I did not.
Have you done any work previously in connection with the Kern River other than the current work you've done for this proceeding?
Well, as I indicated, Mr. Pierce, we were involved. The firm was involved in 2009 and in the subsequent water availability analysis.
Okay, so that's right. The water availability analysis that was submitted in 2019. And then you're referring to the testimony that Mr. Easton provided in the 2009 fully appropriated stream system hearing, is that right?
Yes.
Were you personally involved in any aspect of Mr. Easton's testimony and work back in 2009?
I only recall discussions. I do not recall any specifics in that regard.
And was Mr. Easton involved in any way in the preparation of exhibit 122?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Easton about the Kern River and the work you were doing in connection with exhibit 122?
Probably briefly, no detailed discussions.
Was there a reason why Mr. Eason wasn't involved in the preparation of Exhibit 122 based on his experience previously with the Kern River?
Yes,
What was that?
just a matter of workload and his need to be working on other matters at this time.
Did anyone ever tell you that Mr. Easton should not work on the current Kern River proceeding based on his prior testimony?
No,
And you've testified and provided written testimony about the law of the river. Is that right?
Objection, it mischaracterizes his testimony. He
It was just a
explained that it was-
foundational question, so I'm sorry. So let me re-ask it. I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Van Camp, you testified previously that you're familiar with the law of the river as it applies to the Kern River. Is that right?
I am familiar with it. And as you recall, that was a given moving into our assignment.
What do you mean by that, the given? Was we asked to assume certain things about the law of the river?
In short, the law of the river would equate to the valid water rights in the questions of the administrative hearing officer.
And how did you obtain that information? How did you know that?
My support is the historical administrative record that distributes 100% of the flow.
So it's your understanding that 100% of the flow of the Kern River is diverted and used?
It's entitlement. 100%
What do you mean by
of the Kern
what do you mean
River
by
flow
entitlement?
is
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, please.
100% of the flow is apportioned pursuant to the law of the river. We did not investigate use.
And you did not investigate water rights, correct?
That is correct.
So you know water is distributed and diverted within the Kern River, but you don't know if it's diverted and distributed according to valid rights. Is that right?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Conclusion.
So many objections at a time. I'm going to sustain the objection. I think you've made your point, Mr. Pierce. I think if you'd like to follow up with something that a different phrasing, you may.
Sure. That was a pretty broad question. Let's go to exhibit.
Is it possible I could have the objections over because they spoke at the same time, just one at a time?
Let's start with Mr. Cooney, and then I'm not sure who else, Mr. Becerra, then you can be next.
Objection, argumentative, calls for a legal conclusion, misstates his testimony, is beyond the scope.
This is
There
Mr.
were years, yeah.
This Mr. Becerra. I stated an objection as calling for a legal conclusion.
All right. So again, I withdrew the question. Actually, let's go to, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let's not go to 122. Ms. Mullen, can we go to North Kern 127 and specifically to page 8? And again, for the record, Mr. Van Camp, is exhibit 127 a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
So on page 8 of exhibit 127, there's a statement at the very top that says all Kern River water is subject to existing water rights. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
How do you know that?
This is the assumption we were given for our assignment to investigate the intertide flows. I think I stated that the existing water rights are covered under the law of the river.
And you were told that by somebody as opposed to finding that out on your own, is that right?
That was part of our assignment.
So you were given and you said there was an assumption that water.
Objection
River.
asked and answered 3 times. And it was, I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, I had I'd like to finish my question first before, can I finish my question, please?
Finish
Ms.
your
Kinsey?
question and then let's pause there.
Thank you. So the statement that all Kern River water is subject to existing water rights, that's an assumption you were given. That's not something that you did or investigated on your own, correct?
I'll allow the question, then let's move forward, Mr. Pierce. I think we've exhausted this. So go ahead, Mr. Van Camp.
Yes, as supported by the historical administration of the records.
If you give me 1 second, Ms. Kinsey, I may be done.
Sure.
Oh, Mr. Van Camp, did you meet with any representatives of any of the other water districts besides North Kern?
Since when, Mr. Pierce?
In connection with, well, fair enough, because I know you were involved in the preparation of the water availability analysis, but let's say with regard to Exhibit 122, separate from the water availability analysis, did he meet with or talk to anybody from any of the other water districts in Kern County besides North Kern?
Not that I recall.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Van Camp.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Is there anyone else who has questions for Mr. Van Camp? Before I look back to you, Mr. CUNY. I realize we're at 4:58, so in a moment we'll talk about our timing, but let's finish this up. Mr. CUNY, do you have any redirect questions for Mr. Van Camp?
Not at this time, no.
Thank you. And then based on that line of questioning, Mr. O'Brien, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Ide after hearing from Mr. Van Camp?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have additional questions for Mr. Ide after hearing from Mr. Van Camp? All right, well, with that, this is good, I think. Thank you, Mr. Van Camp and Mr. Ide. I know I can't see you, but thank you both very much for joining us today. I really appreciate your testimony and thank you for your time late in the day. I think at this point you are excused, so thank you.
Thank you. Very good, thank you.
So it's 4:59. I think remaining on our to-do list is the considering and accepting of exhibits, both and any objections, considering any objections, both North Kern and then cross exhibits. And then my plan had been to simply point out some of our upcoming deadlines. It seems like we could finish this in very short order, but I did talk about a hard stop at 5 o'clock, which some of you may have reasonably relied upon in planning your day. So I wanted to check with all of you. It sounds like I can stay on, my team can stay on for a few more minutes if that would do us good in being able to wrap up today. But if any of you have an objection to that or would like to think that reconvening in the morning would be more appropriate, please let me know at this time. Or if you can't make it for any reason, as I said, I had called a hard stop, so it was reasonable to rely on that statement, which I'm now reconsidering. Does anyone have any comments on this process or whether we should push forward or reconvene in the morning?
I'll start. I'm obviously tempted to push forward and get it wrapped up, but I do need to probably coordinate. We had certain exhibits, obviously, on our exhibit list. Then there were some that were introduced by, I think, Buena Vista, and some by, I think, the agency, or maybe it was the water bank. I have not yet reconciled those lists. I don't think it's significant, but I haven't done it. It's homework not done.
Yes.
That's really, I think, the only thing that I have on our end, Hearing Officer Kunze.
That, and that's fair. I don't like to, it's always dangerous to push things at the last minute. We could just reconvene. What I'd be tempted to do is just reconvene very briefly in the morning. We wouldn't need the witnesses. I think we could deal with this in short order, and then all of you could have your day, and we could make sure that we've wrapped up any loose ends and talked about the future. And whether we should have, one of the things for consideration is whether we want or need any kind of pre-hearing conference before rebuttal. At this point, I don't think that we do, but it's something to consider. Are there any other comments? I think the proposal on the table is to adjourn for the day and then reconvene at 9 a.m. in the morning, finish our last business, hopefully in short order, but to do it carefully, and then talk about next steps. Are there any concerns with that? All right, good. I do like to somewhat keep my word for a hard stop at 5, so I was close. I was talked out of changing my mind. So thank you, Mr. Cooney. Thank you to all of you today once again. We moved through this, I think, overall very efficiently, and we hopefully will wrap up very early tomorrow morning. I will see you all at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you very much.